Don't know. Anyways, let me go live on YouTube. It's not technically that much moving around for the individual player, and they interact with the tube system to send things back and forth. Right, the tube system would be ideal for... Ideally would be the thing that players would use to send items. The front of the train, whatnot. Don't know. Don't know. How you doing, Freak? Bane, how are you? How are y'all? Y'all? Yeah, it could be that I'm tunnel visioning. Or not tunnel visioning. I feel like this is a very like big thing that a lot of game developers run into is like and that's where playtesting comes in, where maybe I'm just like I guess it is tunnel visioning, I guess. But ugh. Maybe let it slide for playtesting for now to see how it goes. Maybe. I guess we'll just have to do that. So on that point then, I guess the one big thing that we're going to have to do now then is tutorialization. So biggest things you need to do for the playtest. Yeah, I don't know though. As a game developer, I feel like you gotta have, you gotta know when the fun is there, right? Like, I feel like that's not something that's a case of tunnel visioning necessarily. I feel like it's not there yet. Like, I feel like it's really not there yet. Playable proof of concept. We need a tutorialization, yeah. We don't, I think so far we have no tutorialization. So if a new player were to like, if a new player were to get in the game, they wouldn't know what to do. Implement the major tasks. These maintenance tasks aren't the only thing. Well, the major tasks would be like a side thing. But yeah, and then maybe like we need much larger tasks that are like a lot more impactful to a train car. Let me go back to the notepad. Major tasks aren't apparent enough, so players gloss over and the train health lowers significantly. Tasks should impact the environment around them. Make them feel more impactful. I gotta say, one thing that's kind of annoying about the dining hall car is it's so open that if you try to walk in to try to fix something, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna get spotted by a monster. Which is kind of annoying. Whereas with these spaces, there's a little bit more, you know, hiding and whatnot. You can kind of creep around. Yeah. What application am I using for the notepad? Notepad 2. It's called Notion. N-O-T-I-O-N. Yeah, this room is kind of annoying because it's so open. We might want to still structure this a bit differently again. Yeah, the game still feels like it's in tech demo territory at the moment. it still do feel like it's in tech demo territory. Excuse me? Brother just ran in? Okay. He doesn't know where I am. I guess this is the challenge of making a horror game that I've never made before. Why do we hear the sound of metal? Oh, he spawned on top of the, he spawned in the wall on the top of the air duct. Alright. Yeah, alright. Potatoes and eggs has to be an all-time goated combo. Okay, but how are the potatoes done and how are the eggs done though? Like that's the true question here. How are these both done? Are the eggs scrambled? Rustic cut petite eggs and messy scrambled eggs. Alright, okay. I never tried this, but I wonder how over easy... What's like the, you have a runny yolk? I wonder how that would taste on top of potatoes. I can imagine that would be quite good. I don't fuck with runny yolk, to be honest. Really? I used to not fuck with it when I was younger. But what I do now is I usually just put the lid on top of the pan, let it steam and cook a little bit, you know, just so I don't, you know, get salmonella or whatever. And then I let a little layer appear on the top, and then that usually indicates, oh, this is cooked now. Scrambled, you know, don't get me wrong, scrambled's good, but it does get boring sometimes. You see that Japanese dish over the rice? Omurice looks good, but I don't know if I'd like it. Apparently the brown sauce that they put on top of the omurice is like kind of bitter. There's a bit of a bitter taste. It's not like brown sauce that you would expect in like, I guess, Scandinavian like gravy or whatnot. Do some monsters have the ability to mutate? No. But that could be cool. The brown sauce tastes like ketchup? What the fuck? Don't get me wrong. You put an egg on top of some rice. It's good, but... I don't know. I think all of that stuff is social media hype in my... Scandinavian gravy? What are we talking about? No, I mean like literally gravy sauce, not like any... There's no like implied terminology. Omurice typically is rice, egg, ketchup, and maybe soy sauce? Wait, is that what the brown sauce is that they put on top? No. Dude, come on. I was expecting something like hearty. I don't know, man. Some of the dishes in, I think, Japan, mostly, they love eggs. But sometimes they overhype that shit, man. I'm gonna be real. You got like social media posts where they sell you like a $12 egg, but it's just the way that they're cooking it and they're just doing the most extra shit. Like, bro, it's just an egg, man. Like, it's just egg, man. You're just rolling it and like folding it and whatever, like whatever, man. It's still gonna taste the same. The texture might be slightly different. Gyudon. The song would be nice for a train car. God, we just need to figure out, like, this... The gameplay is missing many things, man. And, is it just the tasks? That's the problem. Maybe. Is it the structure of the train? Maybe. Should the repairs only be at the front of the train? I guess, but that could be kind of... might be kind of boring, but it would solve the problem of having to run back and forth. We have a leak. You're always going to be your worst critic? That's just because I... What? It says the steam leak is in car 5. We're in car 5. But then car 4 is the one that has the steam leak. And now it's gone. Right now, these guys are basically glorified janitors and maintenance guys, if that's what you're going for. Kind of. It is technically what we're going for. We just want to make it fun and not feel like a chore. That was a bit weird. I want to see if we can maybe fix that, what we just saw. For some reason, the maintenance task appearing in the wrong place. Need a number go up, maybe? Maybe? Is that the problem, though? Yeah, it keeps showing errors for car 5. I want to see if the other display shows these similar bugs. Yeah. What? Because right now, this is car 5. We're in car 5. But the errors that it's showing for car 5 are actually in car 4. We have a bit of a bug. They are preoccupied by whatever that was. Maybe we need something when you complete a task. Maybe something satisfying, like you know what I mean? Like maybe maybe that is the problem. Maybe some sort of feedback for completing something. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe that is the problem. I also think we need more types of maintenance tasks. We need a lot of variety, I think. Because right now, a lot of what we're seeing is the electricity going out and like nothing else. I think all of these cars need... Oh, the health of the train reached 0. Wait, did the health... No, it didn't. The timer ran out. When they treat the train well, doing tasks, the company rewards them by giving them items at the engine room. Ideally, a good idea like that I would do is like when you reach the next station, depending on the health of the train and how much you fed the train and stuff, it would give a bonus. So it is something I definitely would like to do. Maybe... Yeah. It's kind of yes and no. Completing an implicit puzzle has a higher satisfaction and creates an aha moment. But if the road's too vague, it's pretty bad. The thing is... The tasks that you have to do aren't like the hardest thing in the world, right? They're not like super complicated in the sense that you know, you gotta like stare at it and figure out 100%. So I don't know if you'd necessarily get satisfaction from that, but we do need some sort of like, I don't know, maybe we do need some sort of like satisfaction for completing the task. Like something needs to be done. Yeah. Pizza party. If you reach the train with above 25% health, we do a pizza party. We will give you cake. Sanity meter? I think I might put in like a sanity meter, but it would be hidden. It'd be like a hidden meter. And then like playing around with toys and objects would lower it, which I think also Lethal Company does actually, funny enough. It has a hidden sanity meter, and that dictates how monsters kind of approach you or how they aggro onto you. Every time you see like a dead body or a monster, your sanity goes down, I think. Never noticed? Yeah, there's that effect when you see a dead body, like the screen zooms in and stuff and like music starts playing. That's like basically your sanity going down, essentially. Very interesting. The dev is really, really smart. Hold on, I'm trying to. I'm trying to think, like, what can we do to Do you think the workers should have their own car in between the engine and first real car, like a break room? I think if we were to do a break room, it would be kind of like a fun... Like, it would be its own car. That could have its own fair share of issues. But technically the train car is kind of... Like, the engine car is kind of their own car. Like, once we expand this and make it larger to match the size of all the other cars... I think that we'll have like a little captain's quarter, a crew's quarters kind of thing with bunk beds and stuff, and then various stuff. So I think the space is going to be larger, I think, with little separate rooms and whatnot, or not rooms but zones, which I think will look good. I'm just terrified of doing that change because there are so many meshes we're gonna have to fix in here. Lots of shit we're gonna have to fix. Not looking forward to it. Okay. What you get for not gray boxing? I did gray box, and then I found out it was not good enough, and then here we are. Because we did gray box, you know, we had like block out versions, but yeah. How do you deal with monsters was on the train? Hiding, running away. Those are the two current only things you can do at the moment. In the future, I do want to make it so you can, like, attack them or throw items at them. Stuff like that. We don't have that yet. But that is definitely something I would like to do to deal with some of the monsters. Yep. Yeah. I think the gathering the items is kind of okay now. I will say I think one thing that's kind of difficult is telling where items are sometimes in the dark. What the hell is that? That is one thing that is challenging right now, is being able to tell items apart sometimes. Maybe give items a glow. I think we might have to. I think we might have to. Yeah. Yeah, I do think we might have to give the items some sort of glow or something to make them stand out. Collect items to make a gun. I don't want combat to be too big of a thing on this game, because I don't want to make combat like a focus. It's more like a side thing that's there to deal with monsters from time to time. Like with the sledgehammer and stuff, but yeah. Banish monsters by making a ritual circle? What the hell? Demons? I wonder, there was that idea a long time ago where the players have to like manage their own like health, and like periodically they'll have to take showers or else they start smelling, and that could be problematic. Or they gotta go to the bathroom. I wonder if we make the maintenance tasks in the world less frequent, and then we mix in the player, like, personal player management stuff. If it would make the game feel more... Like, I know this is a problem of we're throwing more shit at the wall, hoping that it sticks, which is very problematic in a lot of game design, because, you know, it usually doesn't resolve anything. But I wonder if that would help vary the gameplay a little bit. Because right now, we're doing two things. We're going around looking for shit that's broken, which is unfortunately not very fun. Not very fun, at least in my eyes currently. And then going around getting items, which is okay. There's a fun exploration part to it. And maybe I don't have that much of that charm as a developer because I already know these spaces 100%. I'm sure a bit of random generation would probably help a lot. Every time you do a task, it gets sweaty, so you get stinky faster, then monsters can detect you more. Well, yeah, the idea is like you start getting little tiny debuffs or buffs. Being stinky maybe is beneficial against certain monsters, but maybe a debuff against most. Like, I think that could be really interesting. And then having to go to the bathroom. If you gotta go to the bathroom, you start, like, I don't know, farting, which causes noise events. The cook would not want to eat a stinky bean. Exactly. That could be an element, right? It's good against the chef, but not good against literally everything else. But I don't want to start putting in that idea just because one of the other elements of the game feels lacking. I don't think that would solve... By adding a new problem, I don't think it would solve the other problem, which is the maintenance task being kind of... Yeah. Even the monster disgusted by your smell, yeah, they just want to kill you and then throw you off the train. Yeah, man. Dude, I don't know. I do think one thing for certain, we need some sort of basic tutorialization. Or a little bit of minimal hand-holding. Or at least for the playtest, we need some sort of tutorial. We need some sort of tutorial for the playtest, at the very least. Some tiny little tutorial, even if it's like written out stuff. That way we can at least show playtesters how does the game work, what do you need to do, and in the future we can polish that up more and more and more. A sheet they can look at tells them what to do. Maybe we put that in the employee handbook. Maybe we put like really basic temporary stuff in here for now. Go to Trinity. Yeah, I think that's big missing piece numero uno at the moment. Wait, what is this trying to do? Find event to maintenance task on rep. So that's what that noise was. Attempted to access index -1 from task ID. Set current local maintenance ID. Okay, I don't know what this is doing. I didn't even change this or do anything with it. Let's just check that this is a valid index before we do anything. Ugh. Oh. Okay. That should stop this from doing any weird stuff anymore. Okay. Be careful there. Almost commented. Yeah, I accidentally hit the key C. I hit the letter C on my keyboard and it added a comment. I was like, what the hell is that? What the hell? We don't do that around here. We don't do that around here. Okay. Yeah, I think big missing piece right now for the next playtest is so something I'd like to do is in the playtest, I don't want to have to tell the players what they have to do. I think that's not good. I feel like as a developer, I should just look at what players are doing without having to tell them what to do. They should be able to figure out the game in the game, right? Without external assistance. Because if someone buys the game on Steam, it's not like I'm going to be behind their chair and be like, yeah, so then you got to do that. And then make sure you click on that button. Like, you know what I mean? So we need some sort of indicator to make it a bit easier. What if that was the tutorial, though? Your voice just saying, click there. Do that. You're not going to hold our hands? No, I will not hold your hand. I'm sorry. You didn't wash your hands. Why would I hold your hand? Maybe you should wash your hands first. Plus, some people skip the tutorial. Right. If people skip the tutorial, I feel like there should be enough in the game to be self-explanatory of what needs to be kind of done. But I do think we need some sort of tutorial. I'm definitely going to do like, I think I'm going to do a kind of forced tutorial, but more like lore kind of thing where it's like employee onboarding. And that will be enough to kind of at least get the player situated and they kind of have to do a tutorial, but that'll be later down the line. We don't have that yet, so we kind of have to stick with what we got. Okay, I got a couple ideas. Number one thing is, right now, when you start in the level in Station 0, One thing that's kind of annoying is the player start locations when you start the game are on the train. I know you can do a tag. So what if we set the tag of all of these to player start tag? We can call these train. And then I'm going to copy and paste these into station 0. I don't know if rotating them makes any difference, but let's see. And then we will call these station. Sure. Station. Sure. Okay. Now, I believe the way that this is chosen, if I remember correctly, is somewhere in the, I think it's in the player state. Or maybe the player controller. No, I think it's in the game state. Guys, I don't remember where it is. It might be in game mode. Hold on, it might be in game mode. Aha, choose player start. Okay, choose player start. Is the controller for whom we are choosing a player start? Okay. How do we determine? I guess we can check. So, funny enough, game mode happens on the server. So the server should have this stuff loaded. The thing is, I don't think. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Is level loaded? Let's see if we can read this first. Is level loaded? Level streaming. Then we have to return level streaming, which I forget what would be in here. What would... I actually don't even know what would the target be for this. Oh, just the level. Okay. Get streaming level. Can I do a actual file? Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to fucking put the name in. Station_0. Is level loaded? I want to do a print string here. I wonder if we start now with default player start. I wonder if it's gonna... Oh, it broke. Probably because we didn't feed in a player start. So let's just do this. It returned false. I do see that the game mode returned false. So that means the game mode spawns in before we load in the level, which is kind of annoying. Shit. I can't check if the game time is lower than 5 seconds, because what if players join in late? Oh, we can just check if the route index is 0. But is the game state loaded in before the game mode? Oh, fuck. I don't know if game state loads in after game mode. You know, Woozy? Am I on a roll? Nah, no. Still having doubts with the game design a little bit. Still having a little bit of doubts. It's not fun yet. I don't think the game is fun yet. The game is not fun yet. We must make a game fun, but first, we must add in tutorial for playtesting. So is level loaded is not going to return the actual streaming level. That's okay. If I do a cast to the game state, I need to see if the game state exists when we choose the player start. It's very possible we might have to do a delayed player start. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add a breakpoint here. If that breakpoint goes through, that means the game state exists. This man. Or actually, let's see if that's true. Because I don't think this necessarily requires it to be valid. Okay, good. Okay, good. Is that what loading screens are for? Typically, yes. I lost my car? What happened to your car? How can I get my hands on the to-do list? On the app, like this app called Notion? Dude, where's your car? Stop. This might not be a meme. Don't start memeing about... Dude, where's my car? Stop. It's Borkin and I need it to do things, such as drive you around or like make you a coffee. Like what kind of things does it need to do? Like, does your car like... Oh, to do... oh, you need it... oh, you need to drive around to... so you want your car to do your taxes. Right. 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 It needs to drive. That's boring. Just driving? So if we check that the route index is... Wait, I got an even better idea. Station? Wait. Please tell me this is gonna give us the actual value of the station that we're at. Don't say none. S0. Yes. Dude, we're so in. Sorry. If this is equal to S0, if branch false, go here, do whatever you want. If true though, if true, that should mean the instant we spawn in, by the way, we should die because it just doesn't know which one to go to. So, player start. Find player start. Yes, man. There's a whole function for finding player starts. Yeah. What? Yep. Station. Return node. Put the thing in. Put that thing in. Put this thing in. Reroute. Put this in here. Put over here. Yeah. I feel claustrophobic. Put this over here. I feel much better. You know, Barrick. I'm literally him. I don't know about that. Will you have random car permutation like 7 tops from a pool of 30? I do want to have like inner car randomization. We don't have any of that yet. I want to figure out if maybe PCG could be a good candidate for that. Otherwise, I think what we might also do is like, okay, we have a car, we have all the objects for it, then we just create a bunch of different variations or versions of it. But I would like to definitely have some randomization. I think that would be just so much more fun. even for me as a developer, having some randomization I think would be fun. Because just having different types of cars that are always the same set car, not fun. Not fun. Not fun. Okay, so now if I spawn in, I should spawn in at the... Infinite loop. This will... Wait. No fucking way. Which stupid ass Epic developer did this? I just read the comment. Okay, get this. So, get this. Without reading the comment, you would assume the function would just find a player start, right? Right? It would just find a player start. Like we got two types of player start. We got one with the tag station and one with the tag train, right? Okay. Right. So I read the comment and it says return the specific player start actor that should be used for the next spawn. This will either use a previously saved start actor or calls choose player start. Motherfucker, it just says find player start. Don't choose the player start. Just find the... No wonder it's causing an infinite loop because it's doing the choose player start constantly. Fuck it, make your own game engine. Honestly, real. It's still doing an infinite loop. God, this is so stupid. This knockoff Hedwig's theme? This is Secret Lab. I don't know. Get all actors of type get player start, loop them, look for one with a tag train. Oh, but then... Instead, what if instead the code did what it's supposed to do rather than doing more than what it's supposed to do? I hate this. Find player start should not call choose player start. It should not do that. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm real mad. I am extremely angry. Actually, wait. The level isn't loaded by this stage, so it won't even be able to receive the station player starts. Okay, I think we do start all of the players as spectators. Start them all off as spectators. And then load them in. But then how do we start the players? Show me the code. Now the for loop isn't going to do anything right now because the level hasn't loaded in by the stage of the game mode loading in. So even if I do a for loop, it's not going to do anything. Which is probably why that find player start doesn't work, because it literally does not know where that one exists and cause an infinite loop before the level loads in. Did I wager my Bugatti in the WC? What is WC? In the World Cup? By the way, I would never buy a Bugatti. I think, honestly, Bugatti, I think that those are really ugly fucking cars. I'm going to be honest. I'm gonna be real. When it comes to luxury cars, I think those are probably the worst looking cars, I think, out of all of them. Bugatti, Bugatti, I don't know. I like the Chiron. Like, listen, teach their own. I don't think it looks very good. I don't think they look very good. I would much rather like a Porsche 911 over that big hunk of, and plus it's cheaper. How much is a Bugatti? Like 2 million? They look better than Lambos. I don't really like the look of a Lambo either. Honestly, I think all these luxury cars are all just hype. I think it's all just a brand, to be honest. I think the more you look at it, the more they're like, listen, man, just give me my Honda Civic. Honestly, man, just give me my Honda Civic. Well, fuck it, man. Just give me a Mazda. Let me just have a Mazda 3 or some shit. Just give me the Mazda. I don't have enough like fuck you money to like care for a car like that. Like I guess if you had a shit ton of money and like doing a repair didn't matter to you, it's like wiping your ass, then like I guess. But I don't live that kind of life. I don't live that kind of life. Okay, wait. How do I call? So if the players are spectators, how do I call for the player to start? Would you restart player? Is that the way that you would go about doing that? Let me search this up. Spawn player after spectating. I think it would just be restart player, which sounds weird. Um, okay, maybe it's just restart. Maybe it's just restart player. I also think we can maybe go back to what we had before. I believe the problem is just the fact that the station does not exist yet. So it does not know where to start. So let's turn back on start player as a spectator. But then we're going to have to figure out how to start them in. Yeah, restart player, I'm assuming, creates a new pawn. However, if the player starts as a spectator, would restart player basically be considered as start player? Like basically start them outright? I'm assuming that would be the case there. But then the question is, how do we check that all of the levels have been loaded in for that player and they can load in on server? I need to check something. Where's my multiplayer tab? Game mode only exists on the server. So how do we send a call? Oh no. The client needs to tell the server, hey, I loaded this level. Load me in. Is that how that would work? What kind of game are you making? A co-op survival horror, kind of like a friend slop game. Huh? What do you mean, huh? What do you mean, huh? The server should be telling the client to load a level that's been assigned. Yes, but ideally we would want to know when that client load that level, so then like when they load in, it's not like weird. It does complicate stuff. Maybe the station 0 should just be default loaded in. No, but then that causes issues. We don't want to do that. I wish we could just delay when the player start should be chosen, which is, I guess, what we're doing. Finished loading? Yes. Yes. I mean when it's finished loading. The thing is, though, I don't know where to read that from the client. So the thing I learned is that when a server loads a level, it will load that same level on all of the clients, right? We learned that. Then the question is, right, the server can receive when that level is completed. How does the client receive that that level was completed on their end? Is there a on level loaded? Is that a part of maybe the game instance? Maybe the game instance has something for that? Send the client an SMS. A message in a bottle? Oh, funny, we don't actually have the spectator pawn in here. Wait, what? There's another infinite loop? Where? Choose player start. This shouldn't be called because we're starting as a spectator. What? Does this mean anything to you, Eris? What is this? Load, on level loaded. Yeah, I already have a bunch of stuff like that, right? So the problem right now is, which is not really a problem. We'll figure it out. Wait, okay, so here's the idea. When you load a level, let's say, let me go to where it is, game state. I believe this is where we load station 0. So when we begin the game, we load station 0, right? It'll load this stream level, completed, blah, blah, blah. We load this on the server, and I believe that will also then load on the clients. The thing is, when we load this in, right, we load this in, the server can receive the completed call, but how do we receive that completed call for clients? So then we can send a message to the server, hey, we completed loading this level, let's spawn my pawn in so I can begin the game. Also, now, funny enough, the game mode is causing a infinite loop even in here. Even though we just selected start player as a spectator. Also interesting, the player controller here, is this immediately, is there a spectator controller? Uh-oh, because I think the player controller Multiplayer makes my brain hurt. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm just complicating it. Hey, listen, I'm just complicating it. I'm just complicating it. Can I not check if we're spectating? You stop it from broadcasting level load and handle the logic yourself? I don't think you want to. I think you want the server to handle all the levels that are currently loaded, because then that way they're replicated properly. But it's possible that this is still getting called, because that being said, in the event begin play, oh no, never mind. It's not being called. It's only it has a switch as authority. There's got to be a section that will give us a function when this loads in. Yeah, there's got to be. Maybe in the game instance. Let me see where my game is. Never mind, just kidding. It's not here. It's not over here. Okay, wait, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Right now, the choose player start is going through, and I cannot determine if the player is currently spectating. Is there a value that says if they are a spectator or not? Get is spectator. Okay, but this player is a controller. And this is a player state. Can I get the player state from the control? God, why is it that it has to be in the player state? Why is it that only... I feel like the controller should have... get controlled pawn. Okay. Maybe from here we can... If we get the controlled pawn, we can check if they're a spectator or not. Then from here, we'll check if they are currently spectator pawn, which I believe we set here. Yep. If that's false, then that means they're doing the player start. No problem. If it's true, then we'll just do this. Choose player start. No problem. This should load us in. No, it doesn't. Did this Boolean break? I swear, if that Boolean broke, I'm gonna freak out. Okay, I am in spectator mode. Okay, but what the fuck? Why does it require... Why does that require... Why does that have an exclamation mark? Class is unknown. Class is unknown. Player is waiting. The fuck does that mean? Player is waiting? I just see a boolean called player is waiting. Does that mean player is waiting as in player is is spectating? Like, what is player is waiting? What does that mean? I need to know, what the hell does that mean? Aha. True if player controller is currently waiting for the match's starters to respawn. Why don't you just have a thing called is spectating, man? Controller does not equal player controller? Okay, this should fix our infinite loop. Aha! Aha. Okay, so then how do we... True if the player controller is waiting for the match to start to respawn. Okay, I need to find... Can I... How do you find every... Oh, find usages. How do we spawn in a player properly? What is the proper way to spawn in a player? Set is spectator? That's a C++ function? Well, okay. What is the function? Function to stop spectating and play. I don't know what the actual proper function is to call when we want to spawn the player in. Like, it might be restart, but I don't think it is. Spawn spectator pawn. So this spawns the spectator pawn. Start switch to spectator. Apparently the blueprint support is just awful. This was in 2016, so it's very possible that, you know. Change state to playing if role. Change state. I did see that somewhere. Is change state a node that we can potentially utilize here? No. Restart player could be like the one. Let's see what restart player does. Restart player at player start. Does this set... Else if get default pawn class, try to create a pawn to use it as default. Set pawn. Finish restart player. Might call. Okay, possess. Okay, but where does it set? Okay, I'm a bit worried because where does it set that this is no longer a spectator? What? Hold on. Let's look at the entire game mode base. Maybe there's hold on, let's look at the header file, because then from here I can just read all of the potential functions that we could use here. Justice for Ronin 2072. When will I work on it again? Hopefully in the future. Hopefully in the future. As I level up my game dev skills. I don't think I could do Ronin justice if I were to start working on it, you know, now. Even with this game, I struggle. Although, to be fair, I feel like it's a lot easier for me, at least for me, to design a game that has like combat systems and action versus a game like this where it's more like, you know, like hiding from monsters or running away from monsters. You know what I mean? Return to main menu host. Hold on. I just gotta find the right node that spawns the player in correctly. I want to say it might just be restart player. Let's just try this. Signals that a player is ready to enter the game, which may start it up. Let me just do something really stupid. Begin play. We'll do a delay. Restart player. I'm just doing this as a test to see if this actually works. Is it restart player that spawns in the pawn? Good news, it is. It did, however, not spawn us in the correct spot. Just do the same move when you want to go into spectator, just detach from the control pawn and change controls on controller into flying space. I think what we might do as the simple thing is not start the player as a spectator. We'll just spawn them in, and then if this station is loaded, we'll just spawn the player there. You know what? Actually, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. I'm overcomplicating this for myself. I think starting player as a spectator is kind of annoying. So what we might do instead is in the game state. The only thing that's kind of annoying is I can't call this on the client. Yeah, Nicholas? Did you see the Epic might get rid of Blueprint in UE6? I suppose. They're getting rid of all of their talent too, I guess. So I guess nothing is surprising to me anymore. So I want to see one thing from a client perspective. How do we determine if the station 0 is loaded in? We have an assign on level loaded. And that calls to getting a level. I don't know how to receive this call on the pawn, on clients. And no, assigning an event dispatcher here is not going to work because this only runs on this. Like what we could do is do this on remote, load this, and for safety, by the way, this is reading as lobby. Let's just do S0. Let's keep that kind of flow going. We'll do a check first in the branch. By the way, when a player loads in for the first time, is the game state variables going to be are the game state variables going to be correct? Or are they going to take a bit to load in? I wonder. This is probably going to be a bug. This will probably create a multiplayer bug. It's very possible this might occur. This might not be set in begin play. So we might have to instead put this in the rep notify, I guess. Oh, but we can't do an on load call in there. Fuck. Okay, this is becoming annoying. There has to be some sort of dispatcher that tells me when this is loaded in. But let's try this here. Let's try this here. What are you doing, Skyfer? Yeah, I saw that they're going to... teleport player to player start. I wonder if we can do a get player start from here. Nope. Oh, what I want to do first is actually shuffle this. Psi? What game component am I working on? Right now, when the players load in for the very first time, like they're all kind of going into the lobby, I'm just basically making it so they end up at the right position, the right location where they should be. So then that way, for playtesters, I'm going to have them walk through some hallways that have some like little tutorial text, just as a kind of like starting point for tutorialization. That way, you know, that just gives them a starting point. Because in the future, this is going to be like a whole like fancy kind of station anyways, that'll have like, and technically they'd have the tutorial onboarding, but we don't have that yet. So I think this is kind of going to be like a good middle point for playtesters to at least understand how the game works. That being said, though, the game is still missing a lot of pieces that make it fun, which is not good. Not good. Right, we're probably going to want to call this on the specific player. Should just do this. Grim, I know you're very smart, so I have a question for you. I'm not very smart. What's the question, though? I ain't so smart. I'm not that smart. What the? So teleport player to start. This will work on clients that are joining in because it's remote, I believe. So the player is just going to be the player pawn. And the player start tag is station. And we'll call the same thing here. Right after we've entered the station. If you were less smart, you would probably say you were more smart. Maybe I think we can probably safely put it after the should be visible call. Guys, it has to be after the delay. Okay, we're just gonna block unload. We're just gonna block unload. That didn't resolve the problem. Ah! What? It would appear we need the delay, which is crazy to think about. Okay, we could do it that way. I don't even know why we're calling should be visible when we could just call it right on the fucking thing anyways. Okay, next, the next question is, the next question. Okay, the next question is, does it load correctly on late joiners? What? That's a fun bug. Okay, we did it. We can spawn in, and it will spawn in us at the beginning. Although, I don't know why it's spawning us in the wrong direction. Is this supposed to be, does it even matter? It doesn't even matter. Guys, I don't think you can actually set the rotation of this, which kind of sucks. I was hoping we could. Oh, we have to set the control rotation. You know, Supra? How many games have you made thus far? From playing Fortnite to this? Wait, what do you mean from playing Fortnite? Like when I used to stream Fortnite? Ages ago. I've made one game. Or at least released one game. Suit for Hire. My only game on my resume at the momento. Krim was a Fortnite kid. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I was also big on Counter-Strike. Yeah. When am I going to work on Ronin? Oh man, I don't know. Ages from now? Possibly. Hopefully in the next few years, as I learn more like multiplayer and stuff, I want to make Ronin multiplayer, but I also want to do it justice, so probably gonna be a bit. Have I played Pal World? I have not. I have not. Nice, dude. Thanks. It's a bit crazy. It's cool though. It's very cool. Got lucky. Got very, very lucky. All right, so setting the player start works. That means we can start putting some little tutorialization in Station 0. We can put a little mini tutorial thing that they have to follow. Yeah. I think when we met on Fortnite, I was 14 and I'm 21 now. Holy shit. Legal drinking age in certain countries. It's crazy to think I've been streaming since I was in high school. Yeah, I appreciate that, Super. Likewise, likewise. Okay, let's make sure that they don't jump off the building. That would be not ideal. Some might say that is a health hazard. And I bet you a playtester would 100% fucking do that. So let's save them the trouble. Wait, because I did that, does that mean anytime I do current camera location, it's going to immediately set my location to the... Oh, that's gonna suck for playtesting. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that's gonna be bad. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. Have I looked at my Blades of Ortera project again some point? I sometimes look back at the videos I made for it, but I actually don't even know where the project is for that thing. I genuinely do not know where the project is for that thing. I really hate how the look rotation isn't being set by the thing, but that's fine. Whatever. Whatever. I think I could probably change that. Let's make this a pawn call. Really? Unreal? You couldn't just update that? All right, fine. What? Would probably be fun to see how much you've improved since. A lot. A lot. Access none. Trying to read. Sort order? Is it because I'm quitting the game too quickly? I think that's probably what's going on. We need Vorval. Yeah, no, we been through a journey with all these games. And now I'm working on this game and I'm struggling with it. So honestly, the struggle never ends. The struggle is eternal. It never ends. We always be struggling. Okay, so this is going to be... Ceiling. We're going to put a ceiling in here. In this temporary box that we have here. This is as playtester as it gets. Gray box building. There's going to be Unreal Engine text on the walls telling you what you need to do. My only problem is, like, while playtesting, the players are going to constantly have to keep going back to the train. Kind of going to be annoying, but we'll figure it out. Listen, this is just the temporary structure bullshits. This is just temporary stuff, you know. Sure, slap a brick wall in here. Fuck it. Slap concrete. Yeah, slap some concrete in here. Yeah. That maybe not that one. Maybe those are hard spot textures. Oh, whoopsies. Ambient music? I don't know yet. Very good question. So this is a hotspot texture, technically not meant to be used here, but whatever. Can I just get just give me like a concrete. No, actually, you know what? I think it's actually best to just leave this as the default material now that I think about it. Maybe this could be white. Yeah, there we go, white. Yeah, white, I guess. Okay, now we need text. I think this floating holographic text card is actually a solid concept for final form. The thing is, for the actual tutorial, we're going to do like a whole thing where you're going through like an onboarding process. You get your like photo taken and like all this stuff, right? So like that would be like down the line, we would polish all of this. You'd actually go through like a little testing procedure, a physical test, you know, to kind of get players to like understand how things work, how grabbing things works, all that kind of stuff. Oh, I made the text a bit too big. Wait, how do I make this centered? How do I make the text centered? Horizontal alignment centered. Oh, it's because there's a space. I see. Okay. But yeah, we'll definitely have like music and stuff for sure. Yeah, definitely. Be fun to see how much you've improved since. Yeah. The thing is, when I first started game development, dude, I was trying to do multiplayer games. That was not it. that was not it. Trying to do multiplayer games. I still have I have I used to like upload shortened formed versions of the streams and stuff on here. So here we have a dungeon door texturing, apparently. Where I texture a dungeon door, supposedly. For this fucking project. This stinky project. Oh my god, Substance... This is what Substance Painter looked like back then? Holy moly, it looked pretty shit. Yeah, back then I textured everything in Substance Painter. We were running, I think, into like texture memory issues, and I just didn't understand that like this is not something you should be doing for literally everything. Oh man. God, look at all those textures. That's so much shit. Did I study art at all before going into dev? No, no, no. I left high school and then I just went straight into doing this stuff. Let's make this slightly smaller. Weird way to say dropped out of high school. Dropped out of high school means that you didn't finish high school. I finished high school. I just didn't go to post-secondary. I finished high school. I guess I should write, please let us know. I hear someone screaming. Is there a soccer match going off? Man, who cares about FIFA, dude? It's rigged. It's rigged! God! Welcome to the Trainer playtest. Everything is very placeholder. Things will break and elements may not be fun yet. Please let us know your feedback and bugs on Discord. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. The text is floating off the wall. Not very good. Not a huge concern because I don't really care much, but... Okay, there we go. Am I going to select who's going to playtest? First few playtests are probably going to be very closed. Just to really nail down, like, what parts of the game are off, and then we'll slowly expand outward. We'll most likely look for people on the Discord and stuff like that, so you just be on the Discord and, you know, whenever we get there, we'll get there. I think the next area should be what? Controls? Or maybe the controls should be in the back wall. Let's see. What do we even need to tell the player? What kind of things do we need to tell the player? Yeah, we'll do controls first. Ideally, we'd put this, you know, somewhere over here. Like, I guess we technically can. Let's leave this here. But yeah, the goal right now for the first few playtests is get like very quick initial feedback on stuff. Just to determine which direction we need to take some of the gameplay, because I don't feel very confident in the gameplay yet. I'm not very happy with it just yet. So that will have to be something we figure out. Fine, we don't need this shit to be pretty. WASDA for movement, E to interact, Q drop held item, drop / throw held item, left mouse button, drag grab / carry item. 1 through 6. Equip / unequip item. It's a bit, this is starting to look a little confusing. Drop / throw held object. Let's do that. Instead of item, held object. Grab / carry object. And then item is the actual thing that you're equipping. WASDA movement. E to interact. I guess C to crouch. What are some other buttons we got in the game? M is open map. Kerm, what you need in your life is some ant sauce? What the fuck? Ant sauce? Excuse me? 200 ants per bottle? Look it up? No, dude, hell no. There's certain things in life I don't want to see, and that sounds like one of them. That sounds like one of the things I don't want to see at all. Right mouse button, zoom. Space to jump, I guess. Yeah. The typical stuff. WASD movement, space jump, C crouch, E interact, Q drop / throw held object, left mouse button grab / carry object, right mouse button zoom. 1 to 6, equip / unequip item. Is it 1 through 6? Yes. M for tablet. Oh, T for ragdoll. T for toggle ragdoll. Oh, shift for sprinting. That's pretty important. Oh, V for VoIP. V for voice chat. Is toggling ragdoll going to be a thing in the release? I think it will be. We just have to really refine it. We have to polish the shit out of it. G for dropping? We have Q as dropping. We might change Q to G instead. It's possible. F is for friends and U is for you. Is that how it goes? Wait, F is for friends. And U is for you and me. N is for anywhere and anytime in the... I don't remember the fucking song, man. I remember part of it. I shortened it. Ah! Mods! No wonder I was confused. Right mouse button to zoom. There we go. F is for friends who do stuff together. Yeah. I knew there was something wrong with the flow. The flow was off. The flow was off. I think this is all of our buttons. And then, of course, we have other buttons that appear in the bottom right corner. Right over there. When something is applicable for an item. Grim, there's hundreds of buttons? No, there isn't. There's just a few. A couple. It's not that bad. It's fine. Listen, if people can play an MMORPG and they got 15 different UI elements telling them different things and buttons and numbers, I think we're fine. What about the rest of the buttons? They don't do anything. They're just there. Lol. I'm typing on a keyboard behind a laptop and I'm not moving the laptop. Yeah, laptop keyboards kind of suck. They kind of suck. All right, this is good. All right, next up. So, controls. Welcome to the playtest. Everything's very placeholder. Things will break and elements may not be fun yet. Okay. Cool. I think control is better for crouch. Nah, I'm a C for crouch kind of guy. Although I think you can use control as well. So you can use control. But I just put C. I guess I could put control/C, but it's fine, whatever. I'll let people try it. They can try it. Okay, and then the next area, so we'll go with the who you are first. Just a very basic rundown. You are an employee of Umbra. You're tasked to keep a dangerous train operational. Roboto Bald. I can't speak anymore. Roboto Bold. Yeah, Roboto is great. Hold on. Need to lubricate. It's a great font. Anyways, you're tasked to keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train, and passengers roam the cars. Things may break. You're an employee of Umbra. You're tasked to keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train and passengers roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. You're an employee of Umbra. You're tasked to keep a train running and operational. Things may break on the train, and passengers roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired, or they will slowly health reaching 0 will end the run. Let's use train integrity. But if you don't explain the game to see if people can figure out the game, I think we should give them a little bit of a rundown, because there's not enough UX elements in the world to kind of tell you what you need to do. So I think having a slight text rundown, I think, is fine. But I don't want to write too much either. I kind of want to let players figure out things too, right? Like how they need to repair stuff and whatnot. I think it's better for us to figure out if players can figure out things without us having to babysit them on everything. You're tasked to keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train and passengers roam the cars. Dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired. They will slowly dwindle the train's health. Reaching 0 train integrity will end the run. I think we do need to put some UI stuff in, though. You are an employee of Umbra. You test to keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train. Dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet the fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired, or they will slowly dwindle the train's health. Reaching 0 train integrity will end the run. I do think we need to start putting in some UI stuff. Cock. Dude, this is gonna be so annoying though, because starting the player start in here now, like if I start the player start in here, it's gonna spawn me over here. Ah! I'm going to put in a check here. Can I oh, I don't know if the UE5 has this. Is development build? Returns whether this is a build as package for distribution. What do I have in my packaging settings? Development for distribution. How do I check if this is a... No, is package for for distribution might be something different. I have made some C++ nodes for this in the past, and it's very possible that I might have to remake that node again. How to check if running standalone. No networking. No, that's not right. E world type editor. Um, yeah, I might have to make is packaged. I don't think is packaged is a is packaged for distribution, but I believe that's not the right one that we want to use. I know there's a node in C++. Might have to make a C++ node for this. Bum 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 bum. Get game options? Does option get game options? Is that even a thing? Get game options? What? What? Okay, I might just have to get some of my old code real quick and throw it in. Because I used to have a node for this, actually. Oh, wait, get build configuration? Yes! Wait, this might be it. What are the different listings for this? Debug, development, shipping, tester unknown. Tester unknown. What is it by default? Wait, hold on. What is it in the editor? Development. Oh fuck. What do we do when we what do we do when we package? Development. Gah! Ah! I guess we could do debug game. Is pi get game mode. Play an editor. Checking if there's a player start pi or not. What the fuck is what the hell are some of these ideas? Just change the shipping. I don't want to change the shipping because once you're in shipping, you do not have access to the console. It's kind of annoying. All right, let's just hold on. Let me make a C++ node for this. Let me find one of my other projects because we use the same thing in Suit for hire as well. Let me just let's go to where was code saved? Wait, is this? No, this is the wrong project. That's not right. That's not right. It's this one. Cancel. This no. This one. Okay. All right. Hold on. Hold on. I found it. I need to go to script. No, that's not it. Where the fuck is the source? There we go. Found it. And then I need to go to my library. And I just want to edit this one file. Can I do that? Can I just edit this one file? Yes, it just opened. I didn't even realize. I'm stupid. Right here. Is development build. I made my own thing for this. Now, I should have a function library in this project. Yes, we do. Oh, right. Can't find the declaration because I gotta open the actual file. Is development build. Just basically does this. That's all it does. That's it. Okay, we can close these two. All good. That's it. That's all it is. All it does. Checks if it's a with editor, development build. Otherwise, other shit. Cool. All right. Let's save everything and then rerun, and then this will make my life so much easier. My life so much easier. Return world context, get world type. I don't think world type is in Blueprint though. Why don't I ask ChatGPT or something like that? I like to stimulate my brain by suffering. There we go. Now we have our development build call. Now, when we just simply run with current camera location, it'll spawn us right here. Yes, but then if we do it in a package build, we'll spawn in the correct location. Or ideally, unless there's a bug, which then, shit. Well then, shit. Okay, so controls, playtest. Tasks that keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train and dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired or they will slowly dwindle the train's health, reaching zero train integrity to end the run. Okay, last wall. Ain't reading all that? You must read the big line of text. It is a requirement as playtester. Maybe we just do this. Fuck it. Have I played Outer Wilds? No, but I've seen a ton of gameplay streams of it. Okay, so the next wall. You have 3 stations in your first. You have 3 stations to fuel up the required quota. Failing to reach the quota, you have 3 stations to fuel up the required quota. Failing to reach the quota will result in becoming stranded. But not fueling, do not put fuel in the furnace, in the generator, before the time limit. You will fail the run. You have 3 stations to fuel up the required quota. Failing to reach the quota will result in becoming stranded. You may find additional items in the tunnels, but if you do not put fuel in the generator before the time limit, you will fail the run. Do we have to show any more details than that? Your task to keep. Things may break on the train. Things may break on the train, and you must repair it. Things may break on the train that you must repair, and dangerous monsters roam the cars. I'm going to make this wall slightly larger than the other walls. Things may break on the train that you must repair, and dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired. Oh, wait. I already wrote that. I don't even need that. Things may break on the train, dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired, or they will slowly dwindle the train's health. Reaching 0 train integrity will end the run. You have 3 stations to fuel up the required quota. Failing to reach the quota will result in becoming stranded. You may find additional items in the tunnels, but if you do not put fuel in the generator before the time limit, you will fail the run. While stranded, you may find additional items in the tunnels, but if you do not put fuel in the generator before the time limit, you will fail the run. Is that everything we really need to teach the player? I think that's basically everything. I'm going to assign the same material from this onto this as well. Task to keep a dangerous train running and operational. Things may break on the train. Dangerous monsters roam the cars. You must find items and objects throughout the train to feed the engine to meet fuel quota. Additionally, broken tasks must be repaired, or those slowly dwindle the train's health. What if someone can't read? Maybe they shouldn't be a playtester. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible they were chosen by accident. We may have to select a different person for this job. The rail map, you have 3 stations to fuel up the required quota. Failing to reach the quota will result in becoming stranded. While stranded, you may find additional items in the tunnels, but if you do not put fuel in the generator before the time limit, you will fail the run. Okay. Godspeed. And that, I think, is about as much as we need as an introduction for playtesters. The buttons, little introductory whatever the fuck, some text, a little bit of fluffy text, and then also mostly just how the game works, and then how the game works again here. And that's about it, I think. Okay. I think that should be fine, at least for playtesters. And then, well, they do kind of have to be told how to start the run. The start/stop button at the front of the train will begin the run. The start/stop button at the front of the train will begin the run. I know we have a mesh for this. I wonder if we could just throw that mesh in here. The thing is, if I throw this in here like this, it's very possible it might activate. Not good. Okay, what if we just turn off the collision on it? And then visibility of this to turned off. Can you just put the mesh in instead of the actor? Yes, but then we lose out on, like, I think the mesh only looks like this. And then I don't know what the fucking button even is. It's a... What even is the button? It's a push button with an emissive on it. It's fine. I just turned off the collisions. So now you can't do anything with it. It'll just appear. It's just there. This button, I think, is one big problem that I don't really like right now. It's a bit confusing when you can push it. That being said, if people can figure it out in Lethal Company, I'm sure we could probably get it going in here as well. You know, make this like as easy as to understand as possible. Cool. The start/stop button at the front of the train will begin the run. We should probably specify that they can push the button again to quickly skip and move to the next area, but I'm actually curious if playtesters will figure that out themselves. So I'm actually going to just leave that to them. You know what? I'm gonna put my faith in the gamers. I shall put my faith in the gamers. Guys, something is following us. It's a big static wall. There's a static wall following us. Whoops. Put that in the wrong level. Yeah, I'm a bit dumb. Is that okay? So is that basically all we need for? Do you guys think that's enough for the playtesters as tutorialization? and then see if they can like figure out the game from there, I guess. These look like they're like scriptures or something. All right, cool, sure. Actually, I'm going to be a bit extra here. I'm going to put a fence. Yeah, we're getting fancy with this one. Then you can see the train. Aha! See, now you can see where you need to go. Rather than a big static wall. That didn't solve anything. I just wanted to put a fence instead. Alright. Okay, good. I think that's good on tutorialization. I think what we do need to do, though, is some UI/UX stuff. That, I think, is something that is a missing piece of the puzzle. Maybe I should make it so there's a fence around here, too, so you don't accidentally jump off the level. That might be beneficial, because I think if you jump off at Station 0, we don't have a respawn system in here yet. Add some yellow paint on the path? I like your thinking. I like your thinking. Yeah. I like your thinking. Let's do this. We'll do this real quick. Yeah. Yeah, little bit of... Oh, yeah. Make sure you read this. Okay, good. And then arrows. Yes. Now this is AAA. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I am actually going to put a fence here just so the players don't accidentally kill themselves. And by I mean like jump off. Don't do that. It's not cool. Yeah, in the game. In game. You see how much orange paint does? Damn. Damn, that's good. Damn, that's good. It does unironically look pretty great, though. It adds a very construction vibe to it. Me being extra as hell. Yeah, and then we got like 3 arrows pointing in the direction that you gotta go, and then like blah 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 blah. All right, that seems pretty polished. Okay, that's good enough for playtesters. This is good enough for playtesters. Then you got access to the train. Do you think they'll figure out how to get inside? Maybe we put a little arrow like this. Hold on. Let's do this. Put an arrow. And then let's put an arrow this way. Let's see if we can get that working in here. Dude, why can't I? There we go. Yellow paint. Good of Infinity. New game. We've been working on it for a few months. I don't remember how long. How long has this been? how long has this been? Don't tell me. I actually don't want to know. So these arrows will only appear in Station 0. And then once you've exited Station 0, these won't be here anymore. Oh yeah, now we're talking. 84 years? Huh? I've been working on this for 85 years. No, listen, man, it's been like 5 months. Maybe 6. Maybe 7. Might be 7 months. We might be at the 7-month mark, and I still don't have a proper gameplay loop that feels fun. You know, sometimes shit happens. You know, sometimes shit just kind of All right, that's fine. I think this is more than enough to lead the player, kind of give them a little bit of a backstory, and then they understand a little bit of their stuff, and then the arrows help a little bit of yellow paint. We love our yellow paint here. Big fan of yellow paint. Let's go ahead and let's put some more yellow paint in here. You know what? Just maybe a little bit more yellow paint. How about that? Danger, door. Careful, don't stub your toe. It's gonna hurt. It will be painful. Crim is slowly turning into a Capcom dev. I'm just gonna have fucking like colorful sludge all over the place. We could put some text in here too. I don't... Not gonna lie, this will save you and the playtester a ton of time. 100%, because here's the thing. The information that we're providing to the player is going to be information that will be in the game in the future, just in a different way, like in a fancier, more immersive way, right? I would like to avoid, you know, back and forth, right? The players should be able to play the game and understand it without having to like DM me on Discord and be like, how do I do this, right? Then that means I've failed. That means I've failed, right? And this is literally just super temporary because we're gonna do this, I think, in a different way that hopefully looks nicer. Put fuel in the generator to reach quota in the run. I don't want them to get confused that they have to like put fuel right now. Um, complete repair tasks to keep the train healthy. So like that's pointing at the electricity, which I'm sure they'll hopefully be able to figure out. I wish this was an emissive. I'm going to turn this into an emissive. Actually, I think there might be an unlit version in here. Never mind, there isn't. There, so that will be white. Status of where the train is and the quota progress. Should I make these colored as well? I think I'm just gonna make this one colored just because. Yeah, I'm gonna make it slightly darker though, because I'm not trying to blind people. I just need it to be noticeable. Status of where the train is and the quota progress. Okay. Hold on, I'm getting lost. Where the fuck? Maybe this decal is very unnecessary. Yeah, I think this decal is unnecessary. Just give me the text. And let's lower the maybe make it bindable to hide. I think for playtesting, I'm okay with keeping it here. Like, I'm not going to be too, like... Like, I don't want to waste my time to make a button to fucking hide this shit when we're going to just end up changing it entirely, like, in a few updates from now. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure players could just ignore this shit while they're playtesting. Because the instant you leave Station 0, all of this stuff disappears. So I can show that real quick. Because this is all a part of the station, technically, the station sublevel. So we have all these arrows, this shit. Blah, blah, blah. Put fuel in the generator to reach quota in the run. Complete repair tasks, blah, blah, blah. I don't think people are going to even notice that one in the corner. Status of where the train is and the quota progress. Okay, that text is kind of cut off, but... Begin the run and can press this at any time to fast travel to the next station. Yeah, and then everything just disappears. And then it's just regular train. Business as usual. So once you begin the run... Yeah. Yellow paint? Nay. Yellow arrow? Yeah. You know, I actually, so funny. I put arrows in Suit for Hire, but it was not enough. Because some people were getting lost. I was like, ah, fuck it. I'll just put some yellow paint arrows. The arrows were not enough to indicate where to go. Car 2? Isn't this car? We need to make this way more obvious because this thing is so, like, secluded. Insulin spiker. God, his running speed, since we made his movement speed almost as fast as the player speed, he actually looks scary, just him running around. Also, what is this ambient music? Yeah, alright, nice. Good stuff. Ran into a landmine. -1 landmine. There's an electrical fault in car 2. Wait. Am I not in car 2? Which car is this? I see. Also, I'm pretty certain the steam valves are bugged. Never mind, they're not. Should we have XP in the game? I feel like if we... I just thought of that. I was like, what if a way to reward the player as instant dopamine, or not dopamine, but like an instant gratification when they complete a task is they get XP. Oh, fuck, dude. Plus 50 XP, repaired. No, not for a battle pass, but maybe like, just, I don't know. Yes, for the battle pass. The train pass. Project has insane potential. I really hope this one pays out for the effort you're giving. We'll see, man. We'll see. It's got to be fun. It's missing the fun right now. That's a big piece of the missing puzzle. It's missing the fun element right now. We're kind of missing that part at the moment. Maybe more rewarding sounds. Yeah, I think we do need some sound effects. I think we need some sort of indicator that you completed a task. Oh, I see him. I see him. I see him. There should be a task where you have to find one of these computers and complete, like, emails. Complete an email. Where is the thing? Where's the thing to send the items? Oh, fuck. Is it where he is? Oh, this motherfucker. I just want to send items through. Whatever. Fine. Uh-oh. No, don't grab me. Don't grab me. I don't have sprint. Oh, shit. I'm not looking forward to having like chase music and shit. Is there a window open on the other side? No, this is just a random landmine in the middle there though. There's 3 things broken. Apparently one of them is in here. Okay, we got a bunch of shit. We can technically leave. Yeah, that's another problem. Once we get a bunch of items, you can technically ignore the tasks. You can sort of ignore them. You can kind of ignore the tasks, which kind of sucks. Did you voice act those grumbling sounds, by the way? Yeah. I think the rat infestation task is bugged, by the way, because I'm pretty sure I killed all of the rats, and it still shows the task there. So when did I, when did I break that? Oh, nope, there's one outside. Yep. Get in the furnace. It's nice and warm. Oh, it's fine. It works. Huh. I will say the items that you have to grab on your, like, because you can't put them in your inventory, they are kind of annoying. They can be a bit annoying. So this says we have 3 problems on the train. So far I'm only seeing 1. Unless that means there's 3 instances of window cleaning that we gotta do in car 5, which is highly probable. Alright. So the stop button is a bit confusing. Like, when do you push it? There's no real indicator of when you should or can push it. Like, you can technically push it whenever. But... oh man, we gotta fix the leaning. It's very possible we might make leaning Q and E again. Or, not again, but we might do that really good, though. But it would just be easier to make it a button press. But then the question is like... how do you do leaning on a controller? You really gonna do leaning on a controller? You know what I mean? I feel like it's better to just have a zoom button, and then... we gotta think about the controller players, guys. I think the older system might have actually been better for leaning. The older system that we had, but whatever. I think the one button solution can work if you add more checks. Yeah, I think we gotta just expand upon it a lot more. And then it should be okay. Hit up Jovix. How is John Trainrot development going so far? John Trainrot, huh? Yeah, it's going okay, I guess. We did a quick little thing for playtesters. Just so we have some like shit here to help. Let's put a couple crates in here that you can grab. Never mind. I don't even know what that's called. The colliding physics actor, which, by the way, for some reason freaks out and keeps playing 5 million sound effects. E's been the interact button, F's been the cancel button for so long that the games I've played recently, all now using F for interact, has been throwing my hand off, but it does feel better to use. Do you think F feels better? I've always played games with E as the interact button, but yeah, I agree. A lot of games have been doing F. I feel like E is like an old game thing. Introduce the landmines early. Okay, I would do that if we can. We do have to get respawning working in the stations, because right now, if you're in a safe zone and you die, well, guess what? You don't. Should probably put that on the to-do list. Let's do that. Respawning in safe areas. Example, station 0. Pretty important. Put this in the put this in the top of the list. I can put that in completed. There's so much shit that still needs testing, supposedly. I think the train health works. Maybe it doesn't, actually. I haven't tested that yet. That's not how testing works? No, we just... Anytime I complete something, I put it in the needs testing list, and then once we do a play test, we start going down this list, and then we go from there. And then we put it in completed. We have 68 things in completed, which honestly, for 7 months of development, I think we probably should have more things in there. That being said, we got 25 things in needs testing. More indicators for task completion? Yeah, that would be a good thing. More UX, or no, added feedback, additional feedback when completing a task. I think that would be good. I think that would be very helpful for the tasks. When is playtesting going to start? So right now it's just going to be very closed, I think. Closed playtesting. And then as the game gets a little bit more stuff, then I'll feel more confident with like sharing it with more people, and then just like giving them keys. It's like, play with your friends. Let me know how it is. I think we'll have like, we'll do it in stages. We're still in tech playtesting. So it's like testing this shit, making sure like typical, like literally doing the stupidest playtesting. It's like, here, take this sponge, clean this window. Does it work? You know, like that's literally what the kind of testing we're doing right now. In the future, I do want to go more in the realm of gameplay, which is like, okay, does the game feel good? Like, are the monsters kind of spooky and scary and stuff like that? Yeah. Some of the monsters are actually, they can make you jump. And there's not even any like necessarily, there's not even that much music or sound design in it yet. Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry. Need to move my whole hand very slightly. Press E, but F is just a finger move. But F feels weird because I associate F with cancel or negative. And my brain twists the spelling to make it interact for E. For E, for E and F, I use the same. Oh, I see what you mean by moving the hand slightly. You kind of, your hand slightly tilts to bring your index finger in. Ever so slightly. But with F, it's just a moving the index finger to the left. Or to the right, I guess. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, there's a slight, now that you mention it, there is a very, very slight, like your wrist slightly extends for E. I never noticed that until you mentioned it. I didn't notice that. If you have your hand in the gamer pose with your thumb on your space bar, WASD, and you go to E, there's a very slight... There's a slight movement. Yeah, there's a little bit of a slight... I wouldn't say it's like that bad, but, you know, E being such a common button for a game, like, you would probably want it to be as comfortable as possible. So I could... It kind of makes sense why games kind of do that. That being said, if you have to hit G to drop a button, to drop an item, you do have to kind of extend your hand a little bit outward. But that's not as common as E. E. E, 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 E. But yeah, we added some little tutorialization stuff, which I think is good. I think it's good. Some text and shit in here to kind of get players understanding what the game is, what they have to do. And then hopefully the rest of the game is hopefully self-explanatory enough. To help players know what to do. But yeah, we'll see when that time comes. And then it hides once you start the run. So it's not obnoxious. It's not like the text is going to be on the screen 24/7. Okay. Been seeing X and C being used more now too. I've always used C for crouch. That's always been my button for crouch. X... I don't know what games would use X. Actually, that's not true. I think Deadlock uses Z, X, C, and V, I believe, for items. I don't remember. I remember it being very awkward. Z, the only time I mostly have seen games with Z as an input is for prone. For going into prone. Like, I think Arma, Z, or Z was proning, or crawling. Possibly other games. That's always been kind of like the button that I would choose for prone. What was it? What was it? Green pixel. Oh, it's when I stood up. V voice chat? Yeah, V voice chat is a common one. Okay. I feel like it feels a lot better having that tutorialization. I think we could probably mark that as green. I do think we need some more UI UX stuff. So like when you advance an area, how much fuel you have in the car and stuff should be there. Maybe like various stuff I think should be good. What do we have in Notepad 2? What do we have? What kind of notes we got in here? Oh, we have a ton of stuff we need to do here for mechanical implementations. I want to figure out what the screwdriver can do. I feel like that'd be super cool to like do some fun stuff with the screwdriver. Like there should be like certain vents that are covered up with like a panel and you have to unscrew the panel with a screwdriver to gain access to like some additional areas. I feel like that'd be kind of cool. I am going to do something though. Let me go to the cargo level. I'm going to copy the crate. Wrong one. Cargo 1. I'm going to copy over the crate. I'm going to copy this crate and I'm going to bring it into station 1. We have this container in the back here. I want some items to be able to spawn in the back here. I feel like it'd be so sick. So if you save bolt cutters without melting it in the generator, then you should be able to open this container. And I think that would be sick. Let me change the color of it back to where it was before. Okay, orange. This should still work. Let me double check. Yep, it's still assigned to the doors. Let me make sure that these are assigned to the doors. Good stuff. Okay, all good. So that means if you have bolt cutters, you can break this open and then item spawn volume. Let's do a big item and a small item that can potentially spawn in here. And then let's also get, I don't know if the item spawn volumes actually work in the station yet. I don't think they do because they require a manager. But let's just, let's just get them in here. So one item can spawn in the dumpster. I think it'd be cool if one more item can spawn somewhere else. Let's put it on the rooftop. Yeah. So reaching the stations, if you explore a little bit, there are chances that you find more items and shit, which I think is fun. I think that's a fun element. Server spawn item in volume. How does it select which item to go with? Is something else choosing which item it should be selected? Oh, shit. Oh, random set selected item. Okay, gotcha. It selects itself. So I'm going to add a boolean spawn item on begin play. And then I think once it reaches this true, that means that it's received a correct item to spawn in. And then what we'll do is spawn item on begin play. I believe if it calls server spawn item in volume. Let me check though. Does this need an authority call? No, but I'm going to put an authority call. Server spawn item in volume. So then what I can do is apparently selecting all of them doesn't work. Okay, let's do that. Now, when we reach station 1, hide a Glock somewhere. The only gun we have in the game right now is a like old musket. No, not musket. It's a old. What the fuck was it? It's a blunderbuss. That's the only gun we got at the moment. It could, in theory, spawn at the station. It could. Okay, let's see if the items will spawn, or if any of them even have a chance of spawning. Oh, actually, currently, all of them are spawning. Yeah, all of them currently are spawning an item. I kind of want it to be chance. So I think here we'll have an item. Screwdriver. No, please, no, don't do it to me, don't, please. And then, bolt cutters. We got ourselves an air horn and a big chunk of coal. Okay, so... So I want to try this. The units. What does the units do? If I put this as a percentage... Let's just do that. Jeez, I was about to freak out. I was like, the music, it just keeps going. They won't stop. It won't stop. The station have a bit of variation with the buildings. There will be different stations. So the stations will be the same, like each station type, you know, when you spawn into this station, which is station 1, it'll be the same. There might be some variation, but the idea is like there'll be a little bit of meta progression where it's like as you gain items that unlock areas, you'll be able to kind of do like little puzzles to permanently unlock areas. So station 1 down the line will make it so you'll find a key or something to unlock the garage, and then you'll gain access to the garage, which means you have even more of an item pool. And then at some point, this building will also be a thing, which I think should be fun. So as long as you start getting like the required items in a run to like open these areas, you'll start doing that, which I think should be cool. And then of course we'll have different types of stations. We'll have one that like takes place in a tunnel. Different biomes as well. Okay. But there won't be like a ton of randomization, I think, besides like the items and then the shop and whatnot. I think it would be cool to maybe put a little bit of randomization. I think that that could be cool. We'll see what we can do. See what we could do. Water gun that looks like a real gun? Oh, dude, water gun would be great. That'd be a great little item to make. Maybe the water gun can be used as an alternative fire extinguisher. It can kill fires. Okay, so now We'll go in here instead of 100%. There's a 60% chance of spawning an item there. 45% chance on the rooftop. Let's say 100% chance for the small item, but 85% chance for this one. Is there a walking fire monster? No, but that would be great. A monster that you can like put out. He shrinks as you reduce his health. He goes from like super deep voice to wah, wah. That could be great. That could be great. I don't know how the fire monster would look though. Like how would he look scary? Makes a bubble pop sound when he dies. Yes, dude, hell yeah. Maybe he like periodically causes little fire maintenance tasks. We still don't have the fire maintenance task in the game. We definitely need to put that in the game. But once we put that in the game, we need to make it so like fire extinguishers can like spawn on the walls. And then we need to make it so putting a fire extinguisher in the furnace doesn't give any fuel. Because that's like a purely gameplay kind of like item. And we should kind of like punish players for putting it as fuel. It should reduce the fuel quota. As in reduce your progress. Okay, so the spawn chance should be in. We should have a spawn percentage chance. Yeah. All right. Okay. Maintenance tasks aren't impaired enough so players gloss over and the train health lowers significantly. Tasks should impact the environment around them more to make them feel more impactful. Right. That's the problem. Some of our maintenance tasks are just kind of there just to be there. Like the toilet kind of does stuff, but it's not very impactful. Description makes the engine more awesome. Translation cools the engine. Do not feed this to the engine. Okay, what is the next big thing we want to do? I think feedback for the maintenance tasks. I honestly think that should be the next thing. Makes the engine cooler. Hell yeah. What was those footsteps? Excuse me. I just zoned out playing my clean slop game. Must be heading in the right direction. Hell. I'm gonna get this out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't need to go there right now. There's an electrical fault in car 1. I'm out of here. I found like no items. Never mind. Speak of the devil. I'm finding everything. Gasolina. Are there not more items in here? Maybe we need a scanning button to know where, like, items are. Maybe we need a little Lethal Company scanning button. I think we might need something of the sort. A scanning item? I don't know if we need a whole ass item for scanning, but like a little something to help players know where items are, because I think they are a little sneaky. They kind of blend in with the environment a little bit. They do blend in with the environment a little. So, let's see. Did we get lucky? What's in here? 60% chance? Oh, not lucky. Oh. Oh. The gasoline should explode in the fire. I have an idea for some of those items where it'll add fuel, but you have to close the door really quickly or else you get blown away. Wait, did no items spawn at all? Oh no, they did. Only this one. Which has a 100% chance of spawning. So are you telling me nothing else spawned in? Really? Really, nothing else spawned in, huh? Unlucky. Unlucky. Repo scanner is nice. No need to map to a button. Just works. Yeah, I kind of like that too. It's just kind of automatic. The instant you kind of see it in your sight, it kind of just spots it. Or is it buggy? I don't know. I don't think it's bugged. I don't think it's bugged. I think we genuinely got really unlucky. Wait, the box changed the price? Item dropped in zone. Can we put mines there? There is a scope creep idea where each station also has an accompanying random dungeon. But it becomes a danger zone, so if you die there, you die. To like greed and get more items and stuff. And that could have landmines in there too. Very scope creep idea, though. Very scope creep. So, like, this one's would be like, you could go into a sewer and, like, enter the sewer, and that would become the danger zone to get more items. But then you'd see monsters there and whatnot. Okay, we need feedback when completing tasks. What kind of feedback can we do without being super obnoxious? What can we do without it being super obnoxious? I actually don't even know what we could do as a feedback. Like, we can, if we do an XP system, like players can gain XP by doing stuff, and then maybe that's how you like level up, and then, I don't know, maybe those levels can do something. Who fucking knows? People love progression. 3 honks and confetti. That's ridiculous. Switch a light for now? We do have the lights switching on and off, but I feel like that's not enough. Let's see, like, okay, let's see. I know we can give money. That we could do. We can give money when you complete a task. If we do a cosmetic system, we could just make it so, like, leveling up can be like the way to randomly gain cosmetics. Okay, so here's a good example. The gears system. All you do is drag an item, drag a gear to the thing, and that's it. The dot in the bottom right corner disappears because we've repaired something. But that's about as far... That's about as much as we have in terms of feedback that you've completed the task. Great, so there's a gear issue in car 5. God, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's sending me all the way to car 5. Some sort of animation plus sound on the UI element when the task is done? Possibly. You have your me pad, so maybe it makes the sound. Maybe. I thought about that. Add a red light for indication, then turn them green when done. It could be another thing I was thinking, which could be good, because then maybe that becomes the, like, the language for when something's fucked up. Which has been kind of what we're doing, but... kind of. Technically, these boxes, by the way, should be closed when we haven't put that in yet, when there's nothing to be done there. There's still a valve task that's broken. Which one is that supposed to be? Car 2? Is that a flatbed? I think the flatbed doesn't have it configured properly. Yep, it is. Okay, we need to fix that. I be cranking my shit. Cranking 90s and shit. Okay, yeah, we need something. Especially, like, even turning that valve. Like, it doesn't even tell you anything that... Each level causes the confetti and a new cosmetic. Yeah, I'm thinking the tablet is the indicator of, like, where we could do some, like, little fun stuff. Maybe a little check mark appears above the thing once you've completed it. For a period of time. Little check mark floats up, then disappears. Little voice plays from the tablet. Good job. You did it. You get a bonus. Any hands planned? Oh, I don't... Dude, I still don't know about hands. I still don't know if hands are going to be like an actual thing where it's like your hands are like grabbing onto stuff. I feel like this is so much more minimal. I might have hands, but not necessarily when you're doing stuff. Which might look weird. Okay. Trying to... Dude, I don't know. This is more minimal and looks fun already. It doesn't feel very fun. It doesn't feel very satisfactory to, like, complete stuff. I'm gonna do something stupid. Let's just try something really dumb. I'm gonna try something as like a basic thing. I'm gonna try something as like a basic, really basic kind of system. Throw some screen shake into it. Screen explodes. Okay, here's the idea. Here's the idea. I want to see if this provides anything to the player. Does it feel like anything? Where is render opacity? Oh, there it is. Okay, and then translation. We'll do 25. This is too much, I think. 25, I think, is too much. Only 5 XP? That's not very addictive of you? Listen here, motherfucker. Fine. Plus 25 XP. How about them How about them apples? Listen, we'll make them different values for each one. Now that hits the spot. Now we're talking. How many oak trees do I gotta chop for this fucker? How many oak trees for next level? What I want to see is if we can put some satisfactory stuff on the screen to make it like, if feedback is the problem. Maybe some of the tasks, they all need some sort of like completion sound. Okay, so what if you get currency for tasks? You do for some of them. That might expand outward to like all of them giving currency. It's sort of. The one thing I don't want players to do is to abuse the system, basically. Like letting a bunch of maintenance tasks appear so they can just keep making a shit ton of money. But hey, fuck it. Maybe as time goes on in the run, more things start breaking. So it's like you actually don't want to do that because then things can like spiral out of control. I don't. We'll see. Like I think that's one thing we'll see through playtesting is if people actually abuse that at all or whatnot. And if anything, hey, if they want to, they're playing risky, right? Because there's other monsters that could appear and fuck them over too. Should reward that too. Train rot maxing. Rot maxing. They are truly rot maxing. I do think we need a little bit more, like maybe some like a check mark coming out of the thing that you just repaired or something. It's something that's not super obnoxious, just kind of minimal, just to show, oh, here, you repaired this kind of thing. Okay, how do we determine when you have repaired an object, though? We need to send to the client that they completed the thing. When you did the fuse task, it felt pretty good. I think there's like, it feels good, just needs a little bit more. I think one thing that definitely needs something is the valve. When you like spin the valve, there's no like ending noise once you've completed it. That needs something. That needs something, I feel like. It might be the fuse is a nice one because there's multiple things you have to interact with. This one, not so much. You just have to drag a cog into the thing and then that calls it done, which I feel like is kind of shit. I feel like it might be interesting that you have to like lock it into place with something. We'll see what we end up having to do there. Printing sound plus ticket to inventory, exchange for stuff in the station. We could make it so some stuff gives a ticket. I think that could be kind of cool, especially considering that there's the ticket collector monster who wants a ticket. I think that could be cool. In certain cars, maybe you have to complete stuff to get a ticket. What if you slide a door in front of the cog? Maybe. Maybe. I feel like it should be like a screw or something to lock it into place. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Let me see. How do we interact to the player that finishes the task? Do we even have those things in place? Oh my god, we don't have a way to determine who completed the task. Oh shit! Okay. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. Not very good. Not very good. I'm big enough a lot if is a gearbox gear enter destroy the actor, deactivate the maintenance task. So it just deactivates it, and then multi-complete task. But that is specific to this one. Huh. Great. I'm gonna have to do this on a per task basis. Okay. Okay. We'll make a new function for this. Reward player. Reward player. Reward participated player. I really fucking hate that wording. Player pawn. Man, I hate this wording. This wording sucks. This sucks. Okay, so the player get controller. I think we'd want to tell the player controller that they were the one that completed it. Let's see though. So in the controller, we're going to make a new function here called completed task reward. We did it. I did it. I did it. Me. So maintenance task actor get controller. Then we'll do a cast to train rot controller. No problem. For the fuse one, what if one player puts the fuse and another one pulls the lever? Well, it's whoever pulls the lever. So I scammed, I guess. Listen, if you find a sledgehammer in one of the trains, I'm not saying that you should maybe whack your friend in the back of the head, but if you wanted to, there are many tools in the game. Listen, karma comes in many shapes and sizes, many injuries as well. Many types of injuries in the video game. Maybe one day there might be a lighter. Maybe you might feel like, you know. Oh, slipped. Oh, shit. Okay. Reward participated player, completed task reward. Reward participated player. Okay. For that though, oh shit. In the controller, completed task reward, it actually needs to be a custom event. Because this needs to run on owning client. It doesn't really need to be, well, if it's not reliable, there's a chance it gets lost, right? And doesn't run. Yeah, so we need to make it reliable. Execute on owning client. So in here, reward participated player will complete the task reward on the player pawn. Okay. Oh, okay, and then in the controller, we can get the player HUD. We can play an animation. And then we just search up temp. Okay. Now all we need to do is hook this up into every little thing. Would we do a run on owning client in the multicast call? Oh shit, wait. Do we have that in deactivate maintenance task? Wait, no, in the slotting thing, there should be a deactivate maintenance task. There should be an override for that. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's calling the parent. Yes! 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 Deactivate maintenance task. Player. Pawn instigator? No, not instigator. Instigator's not really the word. What's the opposite of instigator? Like someone that fixes something. By the way, here's the music. This is Celeste. Resurrections by Lena Rain. Lena Rain. Or Lena Rain. Lena Rain? Lena Rain? Instigator. Pawn. Fixer. Player who fixed thing. Pawn fixer. The fixer. Sure. Oh, fuck. Because it now has an input. Oh, come on. I can't use deactivate maintenance task for this. That's so stupid. The event needs to 100% match to the... Oh, come on. Okay, we need to find... Oh, fuck. Okay, let's just get it working here. Reward participated player. Player pawn completed task reward. This will call on owning client, which should work. Hopefully. So what we do is we get the owner of this, which I believe should be the correct one. I believe for item pickup. Get the owner of this, and then reward the player pawn. Get owner. Really? Do I have to cast a pawn in here? Oh, that's bullshit. Do item pickups have a... Where the fuck is the item pickup? Where am I? Where the hell am I? What variables do you have? Item tags, items, handlers. Ah, handlers. Player is currently handling this object. Okay. Maybe we could make it so you can't cheat it. Get handlers, which is, funny enough, a interface message? Yes. Well, would you look at that? Isn't that cool? Okay. Wait, will it get handler at this point in time? What if you drop the item into the thing? It wouldn't be a handler anymore. I think we gotta do get owner. I believe, if I remember correctly, whenever you pick up the item, we set you to the owner. Yeah. We're just gonna have to cast to the just pawn. We could just cast to empty pawn. I feel like that's fine. Just the basic default pawn. And then that way we're not eating up too much memory. Yeah. We should be fine. That's fine. Either way, it's always loaded in anyways, so. Aha! Okay, reward participated player. That, so far, is only in one maintenance task. Yep. We gotta put them in all of the other ones. Let's put it on the, fuse box real quick. Okay. It would have been so nice if I could just call an event on this fucking thing. And yet, no. Do we set an owner to the actor? This is the kind of stuff that keeps me up at night. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah, listen, I don't blame you. What if you engage with the closest player to the task with a max distance? We could do that too. Yeah, you know, yeah, we could. We could give it to all of the closest players. Hey, fuck it. What if we just, hey, everyone is huddled up next to the, okay, put the fuse in. Okay, all right, everybody plus 25 XP. Like, we could also do that. We just do a sphere trace and check every fucker that's in a vicinity and then just give them all XP. It splits it between them. That could also be the case. That'd be super troll as hell though. But yeah. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I believe this should work. To be sir, though, to be sir, we need to... What the... We need to get 2 players in, and we needed to... Well, first we need to see if this even fucking works to begin with. So... Great, it's not in the engine car. I am not going to car 4. Break something in here, please. Okay. No, I am not going to car 4, please. Ah. Wait, no, I didn't plug it into this one. Oh, come on. Why did that take so long? Car 5, huh? Game ready yet? No, not yet. No. Many things still missing. Game not very fun yet. Someone happens to stand too close on accident and gets the completion? Yeah. That'd be the only problem. But then we'd have to, yeah, I guess we could determine where the location is of doing the sphere trace, or the sphere, like, overlap, just by feeding it a location, world location. Aha! Okay. It doesn't feel bad. Will there be player customization? I definitely want to put that in, 100%. Muted me? Damn, Peter. Damn. 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 Okay, I need this to break again so then the client can fix it. Please. No, don't stop breaking shit in the back of the train. Break it over here, please. What if you gave the lights a slight delay before turning on with a flash on sound? There is a bit of a delay. Well, there's a delays when the lights turn off. There is a sound when they turn back on. They go like... I don't think when they're... I don't know if they have a delay when they turn on. It's possible that they all... No, I think they do. I think it is randomized when they turn on as well. Oh, great, man. Okay, hold on. Let's speed up time. I haven't put it on the valve. Okay, great. Now the client can try. The UI should only appear on the client As it does, and not on the server. Yeah, baby. Oh, shit. I do feel like it needs another, like, little thing, though. Dopamine administered, plus 25 XP. Yeah, we could easily just do a sphere thing as well. The Talk of Wisdom. I love that video. Well, time to put to the pipe valve, which I believe we also set the owner of. Oh shit, this might be rewarding it multiple times. Because it's on event tick. I think I'm stupid. Wait, no, wait, no, we could just put, we could put it in here. Wait, we could put it in here. But I do notice something in the valve, which is very important. It doesn't even check if it's valid. I hope I didn't break it by doing that. We have to manually turn on the light where I work when it gets too dark, but it's very saddening to do every time. We flick on one of those long round switches and it makes a loud generator's on sound with a buzz. Oh. Oh my god. Did they put that in the job benefits list? You get to turn on a light that sounds super satisfying. We have dopamine light switches. Put in a reference for super hire. I don't know what we would do. I don't know what we would do. Okay, we need the valve to go off. Okay, so maybe a hairstyle? I don't know if we have necessarily any like iconic hairstyles that could match the vibe. Maybe we put a tie in. Maybe like a tie. You can like wear a tie or something. Like a bright red tie. A tie in the shape of a tiny suit. What the hell? Exclusive tie for suit for hire owners. Oh shit. I actually don't know how to do stuff like that. Like giving exclusive shit. If you have like I think on Steam I guess we could do that, but I don't know how we would check that. You can ask the Steam API if the user has an app ID. See. I see. I do kind of like the plus 25 XP. I do kind of like it. I think a little sound effect could be kind of neat. And maybe it lasting longer. How dare you use the landscape placeholder icon? Hell yeah. I will. I'll do what I want. Huh? Huh? Stop. Up. Okay. It would appear that this breaks things. That's kind of crazy. It's fucking crazy. For the deactivate maintenance task, though, let's just do this. Oh shit, we remove the handler, which means that this call doesn't go through because there's no owners. Let's fix that real quick. Do this first. Reward the participated player, and then bada bing. XP gives you more customization. I think that would be the plan. Like, gaining XP allows you to level up, and then you can like roll for like random customizations. I think that would be the thing. Where's the green smiley? We used to use him for items, and now items have icons, or they have render target icons. So he's gone. He's gone. Add cases for gameplay addiction? Well, the idea would be you'd randomly, like, you know, get shit. I do kind of like Repo's way of getting cosmetics, though. Like, you have to carry an item to a thing. You know what I mean? I feel like that would be... I love that way of doing things. You explore, you find a thing, and then you can drag it to like a thing to unlock the items. I think that's kind of fun. But, you know, leveling up and then opening shit, I feel like that's not bad. It's not like you're paying for any of the cosmetics at the end of the day. You're still playing the game and doing stuff and whatnot, and it's kind of like a harmless thing. And if the game is fun, then I don't think players will have to, you know, worry about grinding. As long as the game is fun. As long as the game reaches that element, like, you know, that point where it's fun. Right now, it's not there yet, though. Right now, it's not there yet. A purpose to play more? Yeah, like, we could always, you know, unlock even more stuff through the levels system as well, if we want to. Like, maybe the dungeons are based on, like, the levels. I don't know. Who knows? The, like, additional... If we ever add that thing where there's, like, randomized dungeons at stations to gain more items, maybe it's, like, locked behind the level 5 or something stupid. I don't know if I'll do stuff like that. We'll see. All right, well, now we gotta put this thing in everything. Okay, I still have the pasted thing. It would be a lot easier if we just did it somewhere else, but let's see. This is the rat infestation task. Rat task completed. Shit. Yeah, I think maybe a sphere would be better. Mostly playing Repo because of the loot crates after it got a little samey. Yeah, I can imagine at some point it's kind of like the same vibe, but then, you know, trying to go for the cosmetics, I'm sure, is like its own fun element. XP could be used as a gate for certain content right at the beginning. Yeah, that could be another element. It's like the server host, as they gain XP, can gain access to more cars that start appearing, like harder cars or more interesting ones. You know, there's lots of stuff that we can end up doing with the whole XP stuff if we wanted to. Oh man. Yeah, I think actually putting a sphere trace is a good idea there. Oh, this also has an owner system. I don't know why. I guess. Sure, I suppose. Ugh, damn it. Why is it that this brings me... No, I want to see the root. Okay, here it is. Okay, it doesn't reset the owner, interestingly enough. I think I can do this. Server set completed state. Reward the participated player. No problem. Okay, we should be fine. And then luckily, what we can do is also maybe put more like little stuff in there too, like some sort of like sound effect if we want to. I am thinking though, it's really annoying having to do this for everything. So we might go back here. And we're just going to do the sphere like overlap. Any players that are within the zone will just be rewarded. We be XP maxing. We all huddle into a circle, into a big, and then we all gain XP. XP maxing. Because this is kind of annoying. I also can't determine who was the last person. I guess every time you kill a rat, or sorry, exterminate a rat. No, that doesn't make it any better. Every time you, yeah. Help a rat find Jesus. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah. Maybe we give XP every time you... I don't fucking know. I don't know. I don't actually know who to get for the rat task. The thing is, I feel like any player who interacted with a rat should be part of the rewards. This one would be a good example of like just a sphere trace. You know what? I forgot. We still haven't renamed the player character. Sphere radius. I actually don't know where this object spawns in, the rat infestation. Oh, but the thing is we destroy the live rats. Oh, shit. Hold on. We can do this. We can do this. Don't worry. We got this. How do you get the last? Whatever. Make a queso reference? I don't watch queso. What would be a queso reference? Food. Brother, that's a me reference. You fucking kidding me? He can't just take that. I love food. I love food, man. I love food. Man, what? Actor reference? Brother, we put the actor class filter. It should be filtering. You mother... Fine, cast to pawn. Fine, I shall cast to pawn. Put a case in the game called the O case. Oh. Oh. The O case. It's just a case with 2 letters O inside of it. Oh. I don't know. I don't really want to do any streamer references in the game. I don't know if I want to do any streamer / YouTuber references in the game. Add / remove handler? Oh, yes, true. Yeah, this one's good. Let me just copy that. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then set completed state. Okay, all right, okay. And then we just and then I believe we can just call this here. That's not the right. That's not even the right node. That's I went here and copied. Okay, all right, fine. Crazy. Wait, what happens if the cast fails? The real play now is only doing references if they helped in some way, like promoted, feels earned. I agree with that. I agree with that. But then, yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah. But like, then who's to say that playtesters don't deserve the same kind of treatment? You know? I guess with playtesters, if they, you know, provide enough feedback and stuff, I could give them a free key for the game and stuff. I guess that would be something, but I don't know. Toilet done. Toilet done. Next up, gear slotting. Already done. I've lost track of where I am. The fuse box, done. Electrical wires, not done. Not done. Wow! What is going on over here? There's no other nodes being used. That's fucking crazy. Wait, where are we? Where does it determine that we've completed the... oh, right here. Do we set the owner of any of this shit? What? This doesn't even have the interface enabled. I just opt for no references. Yeah, I feel like no references is probably the best way to go. It's gonna be around 10. Yeah, $10 or less. I don't see myself making the game more expensive because you have to assume, right? With FriendSlab games, I feel like they have to be lower priced because,
you want friend groups to play the game, right? And I feel like making a game really expensive makes it inaccessible for some friends, and then that's just not fun. You know what I mean? So I feel like your goal is like to get a full friend group of 4 friends buying the game. And that means $40 for me, baby. Woohoo! That's business, baby. Yeah, I think cheaper is better in the case of these kind of games, because not only are you trying to impress one person, I feel like you're trying to impress 4 people. Or 3 or 2, you know what I mean? Or 5 or 6, right? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's kind of a case of you're trying to impress a group rather than singular people. I feel like that's a very important key element for these kind of co-op games. So funny enough, we don't do any ownership system stuff for these fuses. Which makes me wonder, is this working in multiplayer? Have I tested this thing in multiplayer? Because I don't think I did. Wait, I did. There's a cable. Does the cable have smooth sync? Yes. Oh, I see. Okay. I see. You can also hit them with that 2 to 4 pack bundle. You know what really sucks? Steam no longer allows games to create multi-key bundles anymore. I believe that's been in action for a while now, because I think there were people using it maliciously to sell keys. I think it really sucks that they stopped doing that, or at least I haven't seen it in a really long time. But I swear I remember seeing that they've made the decision to stop allowing multi-key purchases or multi-key bundles that you could do for like cheaper. Because I would definitely do that. Like a 4-pack bundle, 10% off. I would totally do that. Totally would. Okay, the problem is we can't get the owner. So I guess what we could do is get the first wire cable, and then that could at least get us at least halfway there. Okay, this one, the cleaning task. I apparently already did it. What? Huh? Which one have I not done? Probably the fire is one of them that I've not done. Okay, now the one thing I wanted to do is I want to go back to the HUD because I felt like it disappeared way too quickly. I also feel like this is not enough of a, like, juice. I feel like it's not enough. We need more juice. Just check Don't Starve Together. It just gives an extra key, but doesn't have a single copy and double copy purchase. Wait, how does that work? How do they do that? It gives an extra key? So when you buy it, includes an extra copy of Don't Starve Together. Send it to a friend. Huh. How the hell do they do that? Does it like give a copy in your inventory or something? Hmm. I did have a ticket in my inventory for the game. Yeah, I feel like it gave it to your inventory. I do remember something about the inventory. Having a copy in the inventory. Make a whole cart a monster. We have a plan where a monster will take over a door. And you have to be careful to not enter that doorway. Otherwise, he sucks you into his... It'll look like the interior, but there'll be like weird stuff inside. And then if you walk into it, you'll be basically teleported into like the different dimension. A voucher would be nice instead of giving a whole copy to give a voucher for a reduced price. That could be cool. I just don't know how to do that. I feel like I'd have to message Steam for that to figure out how that would work. Because that could be cool. You buy the game. One person buys the game. They get a voucher that they can give to a friend. That gives them 10% off or something. And then another friend could buy it, give the other voucher to another friend, and then you got a party of 4. Although it kind of sucks because then 2 people got a sale or got a discount and 2 people did not. But I guess it's better than nothing, I suppose. I guess it's better than nothing. Okay. Do something in this car. Yeah, okay, all right. How about... Yes, man. What? What the fuck? Why does this keep breaking? Only one person can purchase a 4-pack if it existed? That's true, but then one person would be paying the blunt of... The blunt of all of it. Not everyone got that kind of money. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Great. I'm gonna probably end stream soon. I'm getting a bit of a headache. I do think we need to add more feedback though. I think a little bit more feedback would be great. In terms of you saying one paid full price and another got the sale? Right. Right. I also feel like I need water. I need some water. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna head out. I'm getting tired. My eyes are getting crusty or something. Like they're hurting a little bit. I think I need to drink some water too. So I don't think I have. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what time. I have to go to the gym. I haven't gone to the gym because I haven't gone to the gym in a hot minute because my back's been hurting and stuff. So I gotta go the gym tomorrow. So I might be a little bit later start. We'll see. Anyways, I gotta eat something, man. I'm getting real hungry. Good stream, I think. We're still a little bit. The game is still missing some elements of fun. It's either that or maybe it's missing variety of tasks or stuff. I don't know, possibly, but we made some good progress, I guess, today with the whole tutorialization stuff. I think there's some more UI stuff we could do, some UI UX stuff when you like dock at the station, and then like I think having some little pop-ups of like what happened, little summary could be good. And then we can put a lot of great information in there as to like what happens next and whatnot. So yeah, all right. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for dropping by. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich.